Oh, wow. Close. With a what? I don't know. I don't know what. May recess at times, and we may. Nothing's for sure.
Be out of the chair.
Clerk will call the roll.
Glenn Whitley, County Judge.
Here.
Roy Charles Brooks, Commissioner Precinct 1.
Present.
Devin Allen, Commissioner Precinct 2. Here. Gary Fickus, Commissioner Precinct 3.
Here.
J.D. Johnson, Commissioner Precinct 4.
Here.
Constitutes a quorum.
And it's good to have the quorum, I'll guarantee you. The invocation today will be delivered by Pastor Tim Woody from the City Life Church in downtown Fort Worth. After the invocation, please remain standing for our pledges.
Let's pray. Almighty God, we come to you today to invoke your presence into this assembly of our Tarrant County elected officials. I pray blessing over our Judge Whitley and Commissioners Allen, Fickus, Johnson, and Brooks. I pray that you'll bless their diligent work. Also bless their families and their homes over this Christmas season. And I want to thank you, God, for their desire to govern my great county with justice and righteousness. I pray that their work ethic will remain strong, doing their work with all their hearts as working for you, according to Colossians 3:23. As these officials make decisions today regarding the various needs and the progress of my county, I humbly request the wisdom of God to be present in this room. May they be marked with strong biblical ethics, compassion, creativity, and humility. May the Spirit of the Lord rest upon them, the spirit of wisdom and understanding, the spirit of counsel and might, the spirit of knowledge and the fear of the Lord. I pray that you'll give our elected officials sharp minds with a cheerful, bold confidence to deal with the unique challenges, because our county is expanding rapidly and we need your help, God. I also pray for those who were impacted by this morning's storms. I pray for peace, restoration, and health. And during this Christmas season, may the hope of Christ come to every home and family in my Tarrant County. Now, God, may you be enthroned above all else in this county, and may the glory of Almighty God shine brightly from this place, for we invoke your presence here now. Holy Spirit, you are welcome in this place and in these proceedings. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state, under God, one and indivisible. Thank you, Pastor. I'm sure you don't have any agenda announcements today.
The announcements will last between now and 11 o'clock, and then we'll move forward, okay? Well, good morning, Court.
Morning.
Commissioner Johnson, it's great to see you, sir.
Thank you.
We do have several agenda announcements this morning, and so first, let me say that we do have a public hearing this morning, Your Honor, and we'll handle that at the appropriate time. Also, under the Administrator section, item 21, which is a consent item, we're going to remove that from the consent agenda, and we are going to take action when we get to that particular item on the agenda. Also, under the Administrator section, item number 17, which is the redistricting of Justices of the Peace number 5 and number 8 precincts, we're going to go into closed and then come out and handle that, so that'll be after closed. We also have an item that we want to remove from the agenda, and that is under the Administrator section also. It is item A23. We are going to remove that particular item and not request any court action at this time. Also, members of court, we're going to take several things out of order this morning. So, yeah, you heard that little laugh from the judge. Okay, so this is what I would recommend that we do. I would recommend that we go through the proclamations, resolutions, and presentations. That's items 7A through H. And then also, as soon as we conclude that, the hospital district has resolutions of appreciation for 3 of the outgoing court members. We'd like to take them up. Then I'd like to go to the administrator section and take items 5 and 6, since we have people in the audience, as it relates to those 2 particular items. Once we complete that, we're going to recess the court, and there's a small reception that'll be held in 504C for the 3 outgoing court members, and then we'll come back and we'll consider all of the other items that are on the agenda.
I hope you followed that.
We got it down until we change it.
We'll see, yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks, GK. Court members, any announcements that you'd like to make at this time?
Everyone's shocked. I do not have an announcement.
Just so good to be
Not
here.
yet.
We need to adjourn the meeting right Okay, if that's the case, I can't believe it, but if that's the case, then you have before you the minutes of our regular meeting of December the 6th.
So moved.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. I hope everybody's got their lights on. Please vote. We're getting there. Again, it is sure good to see 5 lights up there, especially all the same color. Motion passes unanimously.
Good luck.
Now. We have, as was mentioned earlier, we have a few resolutions and proclamations. First, I want to say that last week I had an opportunity to attend a couple of receptions, and so I want to move for ratification of the resolutions for Judge Brent Carr and for Judge Cheryl Hardy.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Now we have some, I believe, we have a resolution for Judge Wells. Judge, where are you? There she is. Come on down. I'll read the resolution into the record. Whereas Judge Judith Wells graduated from Baylor University with a Bachelor's of Arts degree and received her Juris Doctorate from Baylor University School of Law, and whereas after graduation she worked as an assistant city attorney with the city of Fort Worth before starting the first all-female law firm in Tarrant County in April 1881, and whereas she served as the associate judge.
1981. Judge isn't that old.
You don't look that up.
Well, thank you.
Stop right there.
See, JD, it had to stop since you've been gone. Not only do they do it when I pronounce names wrong, but anything else, I can always tell when something's going on. Whereas she was the associate judge for the 325th District Court from 1991 to 1994, and has been the judge of the 325th District Court since 1995. And whereas during her career, Judge Wells participated in presentations and published articles on family law, custody issues, domestic violence, and adoption. And whereas Judge Wells has been a member of the State Bar of Texas, Tarrant County Bar Association, Tarrant County Family Bar Association, Tarrant County Women Lawyers, American Bar Association Family Section, Eldon B. Mahon, America Inns of Court, Network of Executive Women, as well as Arlington Business and Professional Women. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby honor the service of the 325th District Court Judge Judith Wells and recognize her 31 years of distinguished service to the citizens of Tarrant County. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 13th day of December, 2022. And I'll move its approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries unanimously. In addition, Judge Wells has also served on the purchasing board and many other boards and has led the way. Has been administrative judge for probably several times. And I can't tell you again how much we appreciate all the service you do. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Let's give a quick hand. We may cut you down to two, or we'll be here all day long. Any comments you'd like to make, please do.
It's been my honor and privilege to serve the citizens of Tarrant County, and I really appreciate all the support from the court over the years. And we really appreciate the building you bought for us and built for us, and we take good care of it. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Sharon Wilson, come on down. Sharon has served in many roles in Tarrant County and has done an absolutely fantastic job. No nonsense, let's get the job done, and all of those, and we are eternally grateful. Whereas Criminal District Attorney Sharon Wilson graduated from Amarillo College, Texas Tech University, and the Texas Tech School of Law, and whereas while working as an assistant criminal district attorney for Tarrant County, she became the first female unit chief in the office history. And whereas in 1990, she was appointed by then Governor Bill Clements to sit as judge for Tarrant County Criminal District Court Number 1. And whereas during her 23 years as judge, she earned the reputation of being one of Tarrant County's toughest and fairest criminal judges. And whereas in 2015, she became the first woman to serve as criminal district attorney in Tarrant County since the office was established in 1919. And whereas as criminal district attorney, Sharon Wilson created new teams to target intimate partner violence, adult sexual assault, elder financial fraud, human trafficking, and the county's first conviction integrity unit. And whereas during her career, CDA Wilson has taught on subjects such as capital murder, search and seizure, as well as docket management for institutions including Texas Christian University, the National Judicial College, and Texas Wesleyan University School of Law, now Texas A&M Law School. And whereas her many accomplishments include the docket management system for the criminal district courts in Tarrant County and developing the first comprehensive discovery compliance protocols in Texas for law enforcement agencies and crime labs. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby honor the service of Criminal District Attorney Sharon Wilson and recognize her commitment and service to the citizens of Tarrant County. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 13th day of December 2022, and I'll move its approval.
Second.
It's a second from everybody. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Yes, they did.
I just said nobody ever thought they'd see that.
Who got the picture?
We may fight like that in August.
think I was speaking. So, when I graduated from law school at Texas Tech, yay, School of Law. You know, I'm from the Panhandle, you gotta love guns up. I came here to work for Tim Curry. It was my first job out of law school. This was the best DA's office in the state of Texas, and I loved my job. I was lucky enough to become a judge for 23 years, and when I came back to the DA's office, it was solely to make it as well-known and well-respected in the state as it had been when Tim was the DA. And I really feel like we accomplished that. And that was with your all's help, because we had changes to make, and we made a lot of changes in a big hurry with specialized teams to address special crime problems in Tarrant County, and we would not have been able to do that without the funding and the support of the Commissioner's Court. I appreciate that as one of your elected officials that reports to you, but I also am proud to have been your lawyer. So thank you for this. Thank you for the opportunity to serve you for the last 8 years.
And I
Even though you
believe,
hate lawyers. Let me go ahead and say that.
He does.
I just thought I'd go ahead and say it.
well, I don't have a real fondness for lawyers. I think everybody knows that. But I do want to introduce someone special that came with you today. John, stand up. John probably should be the one getting the proclamation.
I know. This is John the Long-Suffering.
Sharon, thank you very much for your service.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I believe, Commissioner Allen, you've got the next one.
Yes, this is for ratification only, but just wanted to, and I'll be presenting this to our longest-serving team member in Precinct 2, Bridget Burciaga. She recently celebrated her 25th service anniversary with the county. She is the dean of our team. She gets it done for everybody, and she makes amazing peanut brittle. So I will see her later this week, and I will present it to her then. Thank you, Bridget, for your committed service to Tarrant County. And with that, I move for ratification.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
So we have recognitions.
Yes.
And so the first one is Jim Penn here? Jim, why don't you come forward?
Well, I wondered what that was you dropped back there a few minutes ago.
Glenn is your friend of 50 years, former business partner. I should say Judge Whitley, I'm sorry. Former business partner. It's my honor to read this resolution from Tarrant County to someone I have always admired and respected. Tarrant County Judge Glenn Whitley. Whereas Judge Glenn Whitley, a civic leader and certified public accountant, was born in Grand Prairie, Texas, and graduated from Grand Prairie High School in 1971. And whereas Judge Glenn Whitley earned an accounting degree from the University of Texas at Arlington, served in the United States Naval Reserve, and co-founded the accounting firm Whitley Penn in 1983. And whereas his public service includes past chairman of the Harris Methodist HEB Hospital Board, Board of Trustees member for the Hurst Euless Bedford Independent School District, member of the HEB Economic Development Task Force, and serving as many, many other civic and community associations. Whereas in 1996, he was elected as Precinct 3 Tarrant County Commissioner and as a Tarrant County Judge in 2006. Whereas Judge Whitley is a leader on a wide range of issues, including transportation, efficient government, sustainable communities, higher education, youth and children's issues, and support for military veterans and military families. And where he is a proud past president of the National Association of Counties, the West Texas County Judges and Commissioners Association of Texas, and of the North Central Texas Council of Governments. helping local governments develop policy, recognize regional opportunities, and make collaborative decisions. And whereas in 2010, Judge Whitley was nationally recognized by American City and County Magazine as County Leader of the Year. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby honor the service of Tarrant County Judge Glenn Whitley and thank him for his dedication and service to the citizens of Tarrant County. In witness hereof, we have heretofore set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 13th day of December, 2022.
And I move approval.
Second.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
If you'd like to say a few words.
Talking to me or Glenn?
As I've said a couple of times in the last month or so, this has been the 26 best years of my life. And it's really been, Brenda and I were married 46 and a half years ago. And we've raised a family in Tarrant County. I constantly tell my friends from Dallas County that I grew up in Dallas County, not realizing that heaven was just next door. And we moved here, and we've been here ever since, and we'll be here from now until eternity. I can't thank the people in this room enough because it's never felt like I've come to work a day in my life. The county family is just that. We were talking about it. We always talk about it. And it has truly been a pleasure to have gotten into county government and to have been able to experience the things which I've had the opportunity to experience. My wife Brenda is here today. Brenda. We met Jim Penn, one of the partners when we founded the firm in 1983, Mark Topol. Mark, stand. And as I said the other night, I attest a lot of what's happened to my life to an organization called DMLA, which I was a part of from the age of 14 to now. And one of my good friends that I met in that was David Porter. David, please. So again, thank you. It's been a great run, and I just hope that the folks following me have as much fun and enjoyment and can accomplish half of what y'all have accomplished in the last several years. Thank you very much.
All right, you're not getting away that easy. Okay. Go, please have a seat. So anyone who attends court on a weekly basis or every so often, you know me and the judge, Glenn, we can get into a tussle or two. I will say that I've learned a tremendous amount from you. Some things to do and some things not to do. But I want to share a story with you all that probably best illustrates my relationship with Glenn. So it's 2019, my very first budget session. And we're, with our budget sessions, people come in, they make requests. We're trying to figure out how we're going to make the numbers work, meet the needs of the county, lower the tax rate, all of that. It's a science and a very delicate balance. So I was trying to formulate in my head how I was going to craft this motion, and the judge tried to rush me on it. And so I turned and I said, don't rush me on my motion. I went ahead and made the motion. We voted on it. Boom. And then shortly after, we took a recess. And I made a beeline for my office, slammed the door, and I said, I can't believe he tried to rush me on my motion. Okay, I got over it. Maybe. So we come back in. Glenn apologizes. And he said, you know, I forget this is your first budget session. You take all the time you need. And next time, you may have to hit me upside the head with a 2x4 in order to get my attention. So, budget session the next year, I gave him a 2x4. And on the side I wrote, don't rush me on my motion. And he has it in his office. So that's me and Glenn.
And the thought that really came to mind when we were doing all that is my first budget session, every time somebody came up with a pager, I would question why they needed a pager. And finally, Commissioner Johnson said, look, if you'll quit, I'll pay for every damn pager in this county if you'll just quit asking that question. And so he taught me a good lesson from that standpoint. And I do have that too before in my office, and I plan on leaving it to the next.
Oh. There we go.
And we can do whatever he wants. Next, I believe there's a presentation for Commissioner Allen.
And Ms. Turner, are you here to make that presentation?
Yes.
Good morning.
Good morning, Paulette.
Pull that mic
Pull
down.
that mic down.
I will pull the mic down. For my protege and my friend, Devin Allen, it is such an honor for me to read this resolution in recognition of Tarrant County Commissioner Devin Allen. Whereas Commissioner Devin Allen dedicated her 20-year career to public service, and when elected in 2018, her historic victory marked a change that the community was ready for compassionate leadership. And whereas upon her election, Commissioner Allen was the first Democrat elected from her precinct, the third African American, and the youngest commissioner ever elected in Tarrant County. And whereas also being the third woman ever elected in the 100-plus year history of the court, Commissioner Allen ensured all women elected in Tarrant County were recognized for their service, including those who walked before her, Commissioner Dion Bagsby and Commissioner Marty Van Ravensway. And whereas Commissioner Allen worked towards elevating the voice and needs of her community during historic times, a global pandemic, a global social justice movement, and a 100-year storm, never giving up her fight to expand access and equity in county government. And whereas, guided by her faith in God and personal mantra, and I quote, "When we work and love authentically ourselves, we encourage the hopes and dreams of others," end quote. Commissioner Allen dedicated her time on the court to serving with tenacity and courage, even in the face of opposition. And whereas this approach to service and governance ensured equity in county communication translations, community board representation, and an insistence on equitable access to opportunities for all Tarrant County residents. And whereas Commissioner Devin Allen has served as a beacon of strength and hope for Tarrant County constituents and employees, colleagues across the state and nation, and anyone who has ever been a first or an only, further solidifying that representation and authenticity truly matter. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Commissioners' Court of Tarrant County, do hereby honor the service of Tarrant County Commissioner Devin Allen and thank her for her dedication and service to the citizens of Tarrant County. In witness whereof, we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 13th day of December 2022.
And I move its approval.
Thank you.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
That's Devin's mother and grandmother. Oh, wait a minute, wait, hold them up.
No, that's my turn. No, it's my turn. That two before is well placed someplace else. We have three audience participations
Okay.
that want
That's
to say
right.
something about you.
Okay.
First is Mayor Laura Bianco. Please come forward. And you don't have to worry about the 3 minutes on this.
No timing on this.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning, Mayor.
friends. I just want to say that I have the privilege of serving the fine folks of Dalworthington Gardens. And Commissioner Allen has done an absolutely exceptional job of helping us push projects that we have had under our belts for probably 20 years. And so since Commissioner Allen has taken this position, she has truly helped our community in so many ways, too numerous to sit down and say all at one time. But on behalf of myself and also all the citizens, we just want to thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Sharon Wilson, thank you, thank you, thank you from the folks in DWG for all that you have done and all that you've served. You're a role model to all, especially me. Judge Whitley, thank you, thank you, thank you. I aspire to be just like you one day too. But I learned from each and every one of you. Thank you for your service. And Devin, thank you for your friendship and all that you've given us.
Next is D.T. Wynn and Amanda Arazola. Y'all come, did y'all want to speak? Y'all come on. Are y'all going to do this? Is this JP? Okay, I'll come back to you. One more.
Okay.
Representative Chris Tron.
Good morning, members of the court. Thank you very much for giving me a few moments. Before I speak on this resolution, let me just say to Commissioner Johnson and Judge Whitley, thank you both for your years of service to our county, as well as everyone else being honored here today. Well, what to say about Commissioner Devin Allen? I could say so many things, but I'll say this. As you've heard from this resolution and the previous speaker, Devin Allen is deeply committed to public service in the truest sense of those words. It is about service to the public and making people's lives better, and that's how she has performed in her time in office. You know, when I think back on what Devin has accomplished and as our county commissioner, she's greatly increased transparency and really opened up county government to the people of Precinct 2. And we saw that through numerous things, whether it was opening up the process for the JPS bond measure, talking to constituents about changes in our elections procedures in Tarrant County, whether it was her exhaustive work and thorough work throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, doing town halls and giving people information on how to keep themselves and their families safe, whether it was securing testing locations for underserved areas in Precinct 2, working with local business leaders to have those testing options available. And then as we've transitioned into the vaccine outreach, making sure those vaccines were available and publicized to people in Precinct 2. I've no doubt that Devon's efforts saved lives in our community in a very, very difficult time. And her leadership through the storm and the grid collapse, the last 4 years have been truly tumultuous times for our community, for our state, for our nation. Precinct 2 has had the right leader for those tumultuous times in Devon Allen. And when I think about Devon's service, I think that she has been a voice for people who for too long have gone without a voice in government. And she has been that voice, and she's been a strong voice, and she has given people a voice that they did not know they have. Commissioner, Lisa and I are so proud to call you a friend. We're so proud of your service and of your leadership, and we can't wait to see what you do next. Congratulations on your service.
Welcome back, Donna No.
Oh, I'm headed that way. Yes. So, Roy just chastised me for not introducing my grandmother or my mother, and I was like, I'm getting ready to do that. Had my necklace not fallen apart. I've had that thing for years. I love it. Anyway, yeah. So, I'm going to start off by saying that I am someone who, quote unquote, was never meant to be here. I was born a preemie. On the way home from the hospital, my parents got into a car accident. Thankfully, I was okay. When I was a toddler, I fell out of a moving van as it sped down 35 West, just minutes away from here. Survived that too. Fast forward to when I was a teenager, I was quite a handful. My mom can tell you. I've always been adventurous. I've always been a risk taker. I've always gotten into trouble and somehow figured out how to get out of it, mostly unscathed. But I was at a party that a gang hosted, if you want to call it that, and the rival gang came and shot up the house. And I slid my body between the counter and the fridge. And the fridge stopped the bullets. And I sit here today as not just a survivor, but a thriver and example of God's amazing grace. And I am here, and any amount of success first goes to God. Second is going to go to my family who has poured into me, good times and bad, and to the community who believed in me when I said that I wanted to serve them in a way that was equitable, sustainable. And I have given what feels like blood, sweat, and tears in order to do that. And it has been an honor of a lifetime. Now, I absolutely adore and love the fact that the judge has served 20-something years and it's never felt like a day of work. I cannot say the same. I will say what has kept me is the example that my grandmother set. Many of you know her as Mama. She is generally my +1 to a lot of stuff because she is one of my best friends and we hang out as often as we can. Mama, if you would please stand so that we can recognize you. Thank you. And we'd have to have hours and hours for me to share with you all of her list of accomplishments. But her and my grandfather, y'all have heard me talk about them before, owned and operated a family business here in Fort Worth for almost 40 years, contributed to the community, contributed to their church, and cared for generations upon generations of family, near family, friends. And my mom, you all have heard me talk about my mom and how the non-restorative criminal justice system unharshly penalized her, therefore affecting everyone in our family. But she is here, and I want to recognize her. Mom, please stand. She has faithfully watched pretty much every court meeting, and she'll say, well, at least if I don't see you in a certain amount of time, I know I can see you at court. So I want to also thank my Aunt Regina Crane for showing me what it means to be a woman of faith. If you'll please stand. She just retired from Mansfield ISD. List everyone who is here, but I appreciate you for being here, and I'm so thankful that you would spend this kind of time with me this morning. There is a lot to be said for being the first, the only, and the other. And you all have heard me share some of that from the dais. Some of it you've heard in our meetings. Some of that you've seen in my countdown that I have on Instagram right now. It's day 19. What'd you say? 20?
18.
18. Well, see, we're
18
counting
days.
different. It's kind of like, does the week start on Sunday or Saturday? See, this is what happened.
18 days, 13 hours,
Okay,
and 8 minutes.
so you can decide whose countdown you want to go with. But point is I have thoroughly enjoyed serving Precinct 2 in the greater Tarrant County community. I've thoroughly enjoyed serving the employees of this county, and there are too many to list who have made my day just by making small talk with me in the elevator, or sending me an email and saying thanks, or even after I announced, telling me how disappointed they were that I did not seek re-election. But I appreciate you taking the time, and I know for some that's not easy. And so I want to thank you for that. So of course there's a lot of questions about what am I doing next? What am I doing next? And for a while I was able to hold that off by saying, you know what, I've got such and such number of days left in office and I want to make sure we stay focused on these goals. I got things to do up till the very last minute, which is true. But I do want to share with you all how you can keep in touch with me. And there's an important story that goes with that. So based off of many of the difficulties that I faced growing up, some because of the actions of others, and then some because of my own stupid decisions, I struggled to find my belonging in this world. And I contemplated suicide on a very regular basis. I never attempted it, partly out of stubbornness. Because I said, you know what? I've made it this far. Let me figure out what all of that was about. And so I will just keep going to the next day. Maybe I'll figure it out then. Maybe the next day. Maybe I'll figure it out then. And ultimately what drove me was that I know that I was placed on this earth so that I could realize everything I was born to be. And so that's what's next. It's a book. It's a podcast, it's speaking, it's consulting, the list keeps going on and on. But before I proceed with bringing all those things to fruition, with God's help, I'm gonna take a break because I'm tired. And I'm gonna go hiking So if you have any hiking tips, places that you like to go in the continental U.S., you let me know. But I want for you all to please keep in touch with me. So you can go to my website, devinallen.com. That's not a political website, no solicitation, nothing like that. Go to devinallen.com. Please sign up to receive my updates. Follow me on Instagram, and I want us to keep in touch. Again, serving has been an absolute honor of a lifetime for me. And again, I want to thank my family, supporters, community who saw more in me than at times I saw in myself. But I got up every day and I gave it my absolute all. And I think that's all that really any of us can ask of ourselves or of another. And so I love you, Tarrant County.
I just want to say, as a court, as this court, Tarrant County is going to miss you. She has done a great job in the 4 years that she's been on here. A couple of weeks ago, we were in Chicago for a National Association of Counties meetings, and the moderator of one of the sessions couldn't make it, and so they called on Devin to step in. I don't mean at the last minute, I mean at the last second, to moderate the panel. And then she was in the following panel. And everybody was talking about what a great job she was doing. And I can't begin to tell you how disappointed they were to hear that you weren't running for re-election and that you weren't going to be continuing. County government is going to miss you, and I hope that maybe someday you'll come back around and join the county government again, because you did a great job. Even, and just hassling with me, that was even a bigger great job.
Okay. I do want to say the reason why I was able to do all that I was able to do is because of the county employees, those who work for Precinct 2, who work for other departments. So I have to recognize amazing team members who are here today. Bonano, who Commissioner Brooks recognized earlier, Tracy Williams, please stand, Liz Maldonado, Stephanie Atkins. And there are others who couldn't be here because they're busy doing other work elsewhere, but they are absolutely amazing, and they are as committed to the community as I am, and that's what it takes. So thank you, team.
It is my great honor to read the proclamation for Commissioner J.D. Johnson. I have been mentored by J.D. since I came on this court in 1997, and I really feel honored to have had the opportunity to serve not only with Commissioner Johnson, but also with Tom Vandergriff, who sat in this chair, and they had me in between them, and between the two of them, most of the time they'd get me to shut up. I'm going to read this proclamation into the record. Whereas J.D. Johnson is the longest tenured Tarrant County Commissioner in Tarrant County's history, having served Precinct 4 since 1987, and whereas as former mayor of Saginaw and then as county commissioner, he has proudly represented Northwest Tarrant County and all of Tarrant County. And whereas he is the first Tarrant County Commissioner to receive a gubernatorial appointment to the Texas Commission on Jail Standards and worked as the Commissioner Court Liaison with the Tarrant County Criminal District Attorney's Office, where he helped sponsor seminars to educate law enforcement groups on terrorism and homeland security. And whereas he is the former president of the Texas Association of Counties, the County Judges and Commissioners Association of Texas, as well as the West Texas County Judges and Commissioners Association. And whereas during his time, County Commissioner J.D. Johnson has served as the court's liaison to Tarrant County Sheriff's Department, the Tarrant County Emergency Services District Number 1, the Tarrant County 911 Emergency Assistance District, the Tarrant County Medical Examiner's Office, the Tarrant County Bail Bonds Board, the Criminal Justice Council, and the Purchasing Agent Board. And whereas with a lifelong passion for 4-H and FFA clubs across Tarrant County, he was honored by the Texas Cooperative Extension multiple times for his work and named to the board of directors of the Fort Worth Stock Show and Rodeo. Now therefore be it resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby commend and recognize the outstanding achievements of Commissioner J.D. Johnson and express our deep respect and appreciation for his many years of dedicated public service to the citizens of Tarrant County. Be it further resolved that we, the Commissioners Court of Tarrant County, do hereby proclaim Tuesday, December 13th as J.D. Johnson Day in Tarrant County, in witness whereof we have hereunto set our hands and caused the seal of Tarrant County to be affixed this 13th day of December 2022. I'll move its approval.
Second.
Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. And I'm going to call on Jody, his son, to come and make this presentation of this proclamation.
Thank you, Judge Whitley, and thank you to the rest of the members of the court. As your son, I could not be prouder to stand here representing Tracy as well, my sister.
Tracy, come on up here too.
Yeah. I've watched my father in public service. He's made this his life. He may not admit it, Judge, like you do, but he's loved every minute of it. But he's made this his life, and y'all his family. And I couldn't be more proud, and I can speak for my sister. She couldn't be more proud of our father and Commissioner J.D. Johnson for all of his public service. And I'm very proud to do that. Thank you for that.
Reverend. Thank you, Judge. Been friends a long time, Roy.
Yes, sir.
Well, I want to thank everybody for this recognition. I want to first recognize that I know two other guests here, my granddaughter, Sam, and her daughter, my great-granddaughter. So thank y'all very much for being here. And my son-in-law, Rick Spindar, is here. Anyone else from the family here? I think that's all. It's all of my personal family. I have my county family here. Would my staff please stand? Well, I'm sort of like Devin, Judge. It ain't all been fun over here. And I have worked a few days, but I have enjoyed my work. I enjoy working for people. I enjoy serving people and helping those that can't help themselves. Kids and old people have been real important to me in my life. And I just want to announce to the Ag group, if some of you are here, I'm not dead yet. we'll be at the sale next year. We'll be buying just like we have in the past. So keep up the good work. But it has been a pleasure serving with you on the court. And Lynn, yeah, you and I, we never did get a 2-before exchange, but come pretty close a couple of times. But everything worked out. And Gary here, I call him 3. He's the great hunter of the group up here. I've been down to his ranch hunting several times, and we've had some good times down there, and thank you. And Reverend, you and I have served a long time together.
Yes, sir.
And I've enjoyed it, and I appreciate your friendship very much.
As I do you.
And Devin, thank you very much for your years, 4 years. Golly, that's not very long.
I beg to differ.
But at least we determined that you and I work.
Yes.
I'm never going to
That's
live out
why it's
town.
been so hard, because the judge hadn't been working.
That's what it is.
Roy?
But I do want to say that I've enjoyed the 36 years that I've been here, and we've got some of the best employees in the world.
We do.
Working right here in Tarrant County. Give yourselves a round of applause. And I'll close with just saying thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Johnson. Now, I believe that JPS, our John Peter Smith group, has got a presentation to make at this point in time.
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
Good morning, Dr. Thomas.
I'm sure you've noticed some of our board members here, and when you mentioned JPS, did you notice no one followed me up here? First of all, congratulations to all of you for all the work that you've done, but for the recognition. It's been well deserved. Sharon, I just want to thank you for Shannon Fletcher, who will be leaving your office, and yay, will be supporting JPS in a new role. I just want to take this time to thank you, members of the board, both for your guidance and your support of JPS and the hospital district. And so on behalf of the JPS Board of Managers and JPS, I want to say thank you. And we will have a few board members come up and present a small token of appreciation to those of you who will be stepping down and starting new chapters in your life. I truly do believe that you will all start new chapters and meaningful chapters. As I think about all of you, I am just amazed at your deep understanding that the role of healthcare plays in having thriving communities and having a thriving county, and how all of you work tirelessly to create healthcare equity across Tarrant County. You have led and you have partnered with JPS through very turbulent times, most notably the county COVID response. Thank you, Judge Whitley. Thank you, Commissioner Allen, and all members that really took a front step in our great and admirable COVID response. You've also been with us to celebrate a lot of our accomplishments, and you have pushed us, as Commissioner Johnson said, it's not always fun, but you have pushed the district in creating additional access. And we have, in just this past month, had 2 groundbreaking events to create additional health care for the Tarrant County. So thank you. I truly appreciate it. I have been in this position for a year. Didn't know what I was getting into, as I'm sure many of you. But you have been there for me. And I want to thank all of you. And as they say in 'Twas the Night Before Christmas, I was just settling in for a long winter's night when 3 of you decided to disrupt. I'm too old for this. Disrupt things. And it will be new and it will be different times. But I know for those of you who are remaining, you will ensure that we stay committed to looking for healthcare equity opportunities for this county. So without further ado, I'm going to ask your appointees. And so anything they say is going to be on you because you appointed them. But I'm going to ask your appointee, starting with yours, Devin Allen, to come up and say a few words and to give you a small token of appreciation. Thanks to all of you.
Good morning again.
Good morning. I thought we were going last. Okay, but anyways, good morning, commissioners, and thank you for your service and the work that you've done. Today, we'd like to present Commissioner Allen for her honor and service to JPS and to the committed health of the county. During her tenure at JPS and working through our global pandemic and COVID-19, she was one of the first ones to say, okay, we need to make sure that individuals are getting the information that's needed out there, and worked tirelessly in Precinct 2 to make sure that COVID registrations and vaccinations were met. Additionally, the work that was done through the Latino Leaders Coalition and making sure that equity response was appropriate and moving through was something that hasn't been done before. And so we thank you for those particular options. One of the things that when we first talked about my appointment was the JPS bond initiative and making sure that there was transparency and making sure that conversations were happening. Thank you to Commissioner Allen for the continuation of JPS bond meetings with the community, where we typically have had several Zoom meetings with over hundreds of people across the county who want to know that information and who want to be kept and informed always. And so we've had about 3 or 4 of those, along with additional other county issues that have reached out, especially through Zoom, that allows individuals to bring that information to their workplace and also right directly into their homes as citizens of Tarrant County. Additionally, and being able to create a women's health symposium that covered a range of topics, especially understanding mental health and what that's happening within our community. A list goes on and on. And on a personal note, as her first appointee, I have that distinct pleasure, but it also shows the caliber of equity and understanding that Commissioner Allen has, and being able to see a need that was, and a voice that was missing on the Tarrant County Board of Managers meeting as a Latina voice. That is a great honor to be able to activate and to be able to be that voice for the community. And it takes another woman of color, another individual to understand those ramifications, to understand that power that we have there. And also, again, on a personal note, thank you, Commissioner Allen, for allowing me 72 hours to decide whether I wanted to take the appointment or not. Really understanding the type of work that is, yes, it is work, and we get paid in cookies. Yes. It has been a great, great honor in serving the community and working beside you, and also in understanding and learning what the true meaning of equity and justice for our county means. So
thank you. I mean, I appreciate that.
I think it's a safe bet for me to say I second what she said. Now, I met you 4 years ago, and one of the memorable things that you said is that you want to be the commissioner for all the people in Precinct 2 in Tarrant County, and you did walk the talk. I really appreciate for the opportunity to serve. for the last 4 years under your leadership, and you taught us a lot. We learned a lot from what it's like to pay more attention to public service, what it's like for healthcare equity and equality and inclusion, and that is something that we will always remember you by. Thank you so much.
Thank you, DT. I appreciate you both.
Okay, that was Amanda Erzola and DT Nguyen representing Precinct 2. And Commissioner Allen, I will be going hiking with you.
Yes,
I'm going to
very
ask
good.
Zim Zimmerman, who represents Precinct 4.
And if I could, very quick, while former Councilman Zimmerman makes his way, or I'm not sure which title to use. He's got a bunch of titles, but while he makes his way down, I did just want to thank DT and Amanda for their service. Amanda was the very first Latina appointed to the Tarrant County Hospital District. I did that on my very first meeting as a commissioner's court, and that was unanimously supported. So I want to thank her for her work, and also DT, your continued work over the years preceding my time on the court. You all have both been amazing advocates, and you work very hard for our county, and I appreciate you. Thank you.
Good morning, sir.
Judge, commissioners, it's a pleasure to be here. The last time I was here was sometime in the 8th year of my term on the council, so still looking good. JD, I was told I had to say something nice about you, so thank you very much. I came on the council in 2009, and I met JD for the first time when we were getting ready for the stock show parade. I had an emergency need, and JD came to my rescue. And ever since then, I think we've been friends. But I got to doubting that when I was saying, is there anything I could do to help you? And he said, yeah, I'm going to put you on the JPS board. And I knew right away our friendship had ended. Where could you find an aeronautical engineer that go talk to doctors and tell them what to do? But JD, you've been a good friend. You've been an excellent commissioner. I know that every time we had a need in District 3, I could go to you and you would find a way to get it done. More importantly, I do value your friendship, and I hope you have a very, very long and happy retirement.
Thank you very much. Zim, thank you very much. It has been a pleasure working with Zim. It's been a chore. When he was a city councilman, he had a lot of needs. But I was happy to help when I could, and we worked out a good friendship, and he's done an outstanding job on the board, and I want to thank you for serving, Zim. Thank you.
Thank you. And Zim Zimmerman still has a lot of needs that we need. Last but not least, Judge Whitley, we have Charlie Powell, who will come up and say a few words and give that small token of appreciation. But I just want to personally thank you for how you have truly pushed me to be the best that I could be. And so thank you for the challenges that you provided the court, but also provided me in this position. So thank you.
I want to see how honest you were. You said Charlie had a few words.
I was just going to ask.
I was trying to set the expectations, Commissioner.
GK, that timer?
Can I set it for 1 minute?
You know, Glenn, I should make you nervous. I was thinking I was with y'all when y'all did Whitney Penn in '83. I was with you on your first commissioner's race. I was with you when you got judge. But how you got back at me, you pointed me, this is my 12th and a half year to serve on the board of John Petersmith. So, again, I'm here, and I'll make this short. It's been a great morning. You know, I don't say this too much. I normally have a package in front of me. Glenn knows I've introduced you twice just last week at functions. I'd be remiss before we say thank you to Glenn. Devin, wish you the best. You and I've had some tremendous conversations over the year, and I wish you nothing but happiness and success in what you do. JD, you and I've had some conversations, language we probably won't repeat in here, but we've had some great meetings, and thank you for your mentorship.
Thank you.
You know, I was a banker going on the board of John Petersmith. I didn't know a bid pan from the emergency rooms, but again, with a lot of help of a lot of people, it's been a tremendous 12 and a half years for me. Two friends of almost 30 years, Commissioner Fickus, Commissioner Brooks, I thank you for your continued service on this board. And Judge, I'll end by saying this. Thank you seems pretty inadequate for 26 years of service to this county. We won't waste time talking about pandemics. There's been certain enough accolades, not only to you, but to this entire court. I will digress one time. I stood before this court several times during my 3 years as chair of John Petersmith Hospital. I talked to many of you at night, and Devin, I know at that time you were not a part of it, but it took a lot of work from a lot of people, the John Petersmith board, its management, but more important, the collaborative, what y'all did in this community, in going to the community and working with the hospitals and bringing all those entities together. I think we sat around on November the 6th, if my memory's correct, 2018 when the vote came in, and we were like, are we going to get there? Because it was a historic vote. This county had not passed a hospital bond package in 33 years. And it's not the money that's important. There's over 5,000 employees daily that support the healthcare needs of this county at John Petersmith Hospital under the leadership of Dr. Duncan and the Board of Managers. And it's not just the facilities. We're going to have efficient new facilities for generations to come long after you all are off the court. What passed at that bond package, as Dr. Duncan said last Wednesday, we celebrated with the groundbreaking for the new Southwest Medical Home. So to all of you and to Glenn, especially to you, you've led me through this entire time. And on behalf of myself, the 6,000 employees, the Board of Managers, we say thank you for your service to this county. Thank you.
Okay, we got to get around here and get a picture. It's got to blink 3 times. Thank you again. Thank you. Dr. Duncan, I want to thank the members of the board. There's 3 boards that we take all of our appointments very seriously. But the ones to the JPS board, the ones to the Child Protective Services, and the ones to the mental health are the ones that we know affect people's lives on a day-to-day basis. I cannot thank all of the board members enough for the committed service that they've made to the citizens of Tarrant County, and even more importantly, to those people who have special needs at the time that they encountered that service. And again, y'all have done a fantastic job. Thank you. I mean, I know the cookies are good because I come out there and see them, but they're very insignificant compared with what y'all commit to the citizens. So thank y'all very much. deserves the award right now is that baby who's managed to sleep through all of this. Before we go to the next two things, I'm going to move that we receive and file the presentations by John Peter Smith.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Members of the court, if we can now go to the administrator section, go to item A5. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve a contract with the Fort Worth African American Museum and Cultural Center for capital project funding. This is funding through our ARPA program. I'm sorry, not our ARPA program, but through other revenues from the county. And it is for capital, for the capital contract, part of the capital contract for the construction of the museum.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Members of the court, we can go to item number 6. This is another contract. This one is with the National Juneteenth Museum for capital project funding. This is for part of the construction of that museum in the amount of $2 million.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. And with that, we're going to recess briefly to 504C. Yeah, that's it. I was about to say 501c3, but that's a different trust. So let's go back to 504C. Wait a minute. And yes, ma'am. Miss Opal, come on down.
And while Miss Opal makes her way, I want to recognize my dear friend and world-recognized artist and researcher, Lauren Cross, Dr. Lauren Cross. Lauren, please stand.
And everybody knows Opal, Miss Opal.
I'm everybody's grandma. So accepted. I didn't want you to join until I had something I wanted you to do. I got a telephone number that I want to give everybody, and now I'm all fingers and can't find it. Give me a minute, please. Oh, gee, there it is. Get your phones out. Take this number, 281-802-2645. Do I have to say it again? Yes. 281-802-2645. That is Franklin Moss Jr.'s telephone number. Now, anybody who knows me know I'm not a clothes horse. I've got clothes I've been wearing 50 years. But the young man tailored me a suit. And this is the jacket. But you got to see it. Isn't that fabulous? Huh? Judge, look at that.
Wow. Wow.
And I just had to share it with all of you. Now, y'all can rejoin if you want. You had to see that.
Yes, ma'am.
A tailor, he's got a shop out there off of Lancaster, close to a bank. But y'all, did you see it? Did you see it? That is art. And you needed to know about it. So there.
Thank you.
Miss Opal, you come back anytime you want to, especially after the first of the year. With that, we're going to recess. And I would suggest that you go by this hallway over here because there's food out there on the table, and we don't want any of it left over.
He said he'll see you around sometime.
Actually got to work.
I'm gonna see if David wants. You're welcome.
I think we will continue to do things out of order, but first, let's go ahead and you have before you the consent agenda with the modifications that Mr. Manion made yesterday.
Move approval subject to same modification.
Did you say yesterday?
Yeah, it seems like it. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. We have a couple of public hearings.
Afternoon, Your Honor, members of the court.
James?
We're asking the court to hold a public hearing to consider a substantial amendment to our program year 2020 action plan. And we received comments on a project we have in the city of Everman. And at the end of this public hearing, we will fax the minutes of this meeting to the Department of Housing and Urban Development. That will satisfy our public hearing requirements.
This time I'll open the public hearing and ask if there's anyone here wishing to speak to this matter. There appearing to be none, then we will close the public hearing.
Thanks, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Manius, might we want to do the redistricting?
Please.
We can surely go to that at this time, Your Honor.
Okay.
So, members of the court, if we can go to item 17 under the county administrator section. Give me just a second. Members of the court, on item number 17, it's requested that the Commissioners Court take action concerning the redistricting of Tarrant County Justices of the Peace number 5 and number 8 precincts. This is something that's been brought forward by Judge De Leon and Judge Woodard. What they are requesting is that minor modifications to their precincts. It does not affect any of the other 6 JP precincts. I would like to say that we've provided some information to you all at your desk, and at this time that we are requesting that the Commissioners Court approve this redistricting request effective January 1, 2023.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
So, members of the court, we have a few other adjustments that from what we stated earlier this morning on the agenda. Obviously, we were going to take that particular item in after close, but there's not a need to do that. Also, under purchasing, I failed to advise the court that we are going to hold one item. That is item I-5. It's bid number 2023-026. We'll be bringing that back to you on the December 27th agenda. Members of the court, if we can now go to the administrator section.
I'm sorry, GK, with that very last one coming back on the 27th?
Yes,
which item was that?
That was under purchasing.
Okay.
That was item I-5.
I-5, okay, thank you.
So we go to the administrator section on item number 1. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court receive and file the report on COVID-19 activities within the county.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Members of the court, we have two different action items as it relates to item number 2. First, there are some changes to the budget on the FRF funds. That information has been provided to you. We are seeking approval of those changes within the FRF budget.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Also on item B of that particular section, there is one change before we do a receive and file on that. Just a minor notification. I believe it's in your red folder. We added one additional expense that we're going to be covering today, which is to extend the parking at the mental health jail diversion program, and it's for $53,000. It's within the budget, so we're asking you simply to receive that report.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file. Any discussion? Please vote. You don't know how much I want to say, Commissioner Johnson.
I know, I was wondering about that.
It has been so hard not to say
I
that.
voted.
I know, I saw that. That's what stopped me. I saw the X up there, and I said, okay. Motion passes unanimously.
Talking about Commissioner Johnson, on item number 3, we're requesting that the Commissioner's Court rename the Northwest Subcourthouse to the J.D. Johnson Northwest Subcourthouse.
Move approval. Move approval. We all move approval, and we all
second.
Second.
Y'all can join.
Again.
Thank y'all, that means a lot to me.
Well,
I appreciate it.
Longest serving court member ever. And you have always just been a champion for Tarrant County for the Northwest part, and for that matter, for any employee in Tarrant County, and nothing could be more appropriate. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Don't you dare take that thing off there.
No.
Passes unanimously.
Yes, Judge.
Whoa, I've never heard that before.
Y'all make a record of that, will you?
Seriously.
Okay. So if we can go to item number 4, we're requesting that the Commissioner's Court consider and approve an order which authorizes the issuance of Tarrant County Hospital District Limited Tax Bonds in amount not to exceed $450 million, providing for the sale thereof in accordance with specified parameters, authorizing the preparation and execution and delivery of a pricing certificate, approve the purchase contract, paying agent, registrar agreements, and related instruments and certificates, authorizing the execution and delivery of the bonds, approving and authorizing the distribution of a preliminary official statement and an official statement pertaining thereto, leveling a continuing direct annual ad valorem tax for the payment of the bonds, and providing an effective date, as stated in the documents provided to the court.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
And actually, GK, before we move on to the next item, I would like to ask Dr. Duncan to come and just frame the issue. I know that we've been working very hard to get to this point, but just for the public's edification, just laying out why this is important and how far this will allow us to go in fulfilling our commitment with the bond.
So that's a very complicated request. Let me start by saying that there was the Blue Ribbon Committee that outlined the needs for the community, and that committee and the work done prior to that committee being formed allowed that bond to be issued, and the county approved. It was with the understanding that the healthcare needs that were outlined would be more than the $800 million, and that the hospital would contribute the additional monies out of their operational expense. At the time, it was thought that it would cost about $1.2 million to realize the work, yes, the work that the Blue Ribbon Committee outlined. As you know, due to COVID, starting that work due to COVID, that work was actually delayed, and it was revisited just really most recently over the past year and a half. During that time, as we looked at escalating costs that were coming through, we laid out a master facility plan and looked at the monies that we had and began to prioritize that, and that has been the Executive Steering Planning Committee that Judge Whitley and Commissioner Brooks have both sat on along with board members to determine what those projects would be. The first set of projects have included the Psychiatric Emergency Center along with the new Southwest Medical Home. It also includes some extensions of our current emergency room. It also speaks to a medical office building on campus that will expand our ambulatory surgery and specialty access, and also begin work on the central utility plant. That will cost those costs will be close to about $450 million that'll come from the bond, and then there's some additional third-party and financing that we will do both for the medical office building and the central utility plant that we're looking at. With that said, the remaining monies, which is about $350 million from the bond, will be added to some also additional operational monies or capital monies that we will have to start building a new tower, which will be close to about $800 million. So that totals close to about $1.5 billion that we have designated for projects to begin over the next 5 to 6 years and to be completed within the next about 2 to 8 years. We, as always, continue to assess the needs of the county outside of the bond work and outside of what was designated with the Blue Ribbon Committee and with the Guidehouse report that was presented to the court. We do understand that there will be a need across Tarrant County in all precincts for additional medical homes and health care within those precincts. And so we will continue to assess what we have, and we will continue to determine what those services are, and we will continue to look for and to provide monies to provide that care that will be needed.
Great,
and
thank
so those
you.
will be future projects.
Okay, I appreciate that. And I know for many of us, not necessarily myself included, since I'm not on the steering committee, but I appreciate Commissioner Brooks and the judge for their work on it, and others. You all are having these conversations on a daily basis, and the court does get updates, and we talk regularly, but I just want to make sure, as I leave this court, that we hold true to keeping the public updated on the status of the bond implementation, and so that they can, with confidence, know that we are putting every dollar where it can be. We're stretching it as far as we can that's practical and that's sustainable, given this court's commitment. And I want to thank everyone who has brought us thus far. We do have a ways to go, especially for our ever-growing county with a diverse set of needs. And I just want to thank everybody. So,
thank you.
And go to yes2jps.org to stay updated on JPS and the bond.
Okay. Members of the court, we can now go to item number 7. Members of the Court, we're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve a subrecipient agreements, actually there'll be two of them, between Tarrant County and the University of North Texas Health Science Center, and also a subrecipient agreement with Rev Tarrant County as part of Tarrant County's FRF program.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Members of the Court, we can go to item number 8. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve the First Amendment to a subrecipient agreement between the county and Arlington Charities for the Mobile Farmers Market as part of the Tarrant County Fiscal Recovery Funds program. This is just changing some different funding categories. Staff is recommending approval.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Members of the Court, we can now go to item number 9. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve the First Amendment to the subrecipient agreement with UT Southwestern Moncrief Cancer Center for mobile preventative cancer screening as part of the county's FRF program.
Move approval.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Members of the Court, we can now go to item number 10. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve the Second Amendment to the ILA between the county and the Tarrant County Emergency Services District Number 1 as part of the county's FRF funding program.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Members of the Court, on item number 11, we're requesting that the Court approve staff recommendations for funding as it relates to ARPA Housing Program requests for proposals.
Move approval with thanks to the staff for all of the hard work of coming up with this ranking list.
Second.
Yep.
They've done a tremendous job, I agree, from that perspective. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Mr. Mayor, please going to do items 12, 13, and 14.
Good morning, court members.
Morning,
So 3
Cameron.
items here. Thank you, ma'am. First, yes, sir. Morning.
Morning.
Number 1 is approval of purchase of sale agreement between Tarrant County and the city of Lake Worth for the sale of real property located at 6620 and 6624 Charbonneau Road, Lake Worth, Texas, and authorize the county administrator to execute closing documents related to the sale.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you. Next item is an approval and purchase and sale agreement between Tarrant County and the Tarrant County Hospital District doing business as JPS Health Network for the purchase of real property located at 1101 and 1201 South Main Street, Fort Worth, Texas, and authorize the county administrator to execute closing documents related to the sale.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
And finally, a companion item to the item you just passed, approval of an interlocal agreement between Tarrant County and Tarrant County Hospital District doing business at JPS Health Network for use of premises located at 1201 South Main Street, Fort Worth, Texas.
Move approval.
Second.
Second. We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
On item number 15, Ms. South is going to make that presentation.
Morning.
Afternoon.
Or,
Is it
okay,
afternoon?
afternoon.
So last week we had briefed you all on that proposed City of Mansfield TERS number 3, Starland Ranch. So this TERS consists of 121 acres. The TERS was established to primarily facilitate mostly public infrastructure improvements in this area. It is expected to raise the taxable value of the zone from its current base value of about $11,000 to over $543 million. This is a 40-year TIF. The county will only be participating for the first 30 years of the 40. And again, I just want to remind us that we will only be funding the Tier 1 portions of the project. We will not be funding anything in the Ellis County portion. So if there's no other questions, the city is requesting the county to participate at 50% of its incremental real property taxes generated within the TERS through the first 30 years, or until the maximum contribution of $5,247,157 is reached.
Move for approval?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you, Megan, for your work on this. And Mayor Evans intended to be here today, but of course the storms kept him away, and I think they had some damage in Mansfield, unfortunately. So he
Thank
sends
you.
his thanks also.
Members of the Court, we can now go to item number 16. We're requesting that the Commissioners Court ratify and approve a professional services agreement between Tarrant County and J. Scott Denton, M.D., for medical examiner consulting services.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
So, members of the Court, there was one item that we pulled from the agenda.
From the consent agenda.
Yes, from the consent agenda, and that's item number 21. On item number 21, we're requesting that the Commissioners Court approve a contract between Tarrant County, the Hospital District, and MHMR of Tarrant County for countywide behavioral health and intellectual disability services for FY 2023. This is something that we've done on an annual basis, and for almost as long as I've been here. It's a funding mechanism by which the hospital district provides funding to MHMR, and MHMR provides a variety of mental health programs, not only to the hospital, but to the community at large. Staff is requesting approval of this agenda item.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. We do have an audience participation. Doreen Geiger.
I'm all for that issue. I just wanted to add a comment. There are many stakeholders in the criminal justice system here, and they tend to operate in silos. I have heard this court is planning to bring all of these stakeholders together in a task force to work to improve the jail system and deal with the overcrowding, the need to increase usage of the jail diversion center, and the challenges with the upcoming remodel of the HVAC system. I hope you are bringing police departments, sheriff's department, jail staff, district attorney's office, and the judges together very soon. I think it would be helpful to also include someone from the Fort Worth Police Department Homeless Outreach Group. These policemen, EMTs, and social workers go into the homeless encampments and work to match the homeless with resources to help them get off the streets. Since many mentally ill and homeless persons end up in the criminal justice system, it would help to include the Homeless Outreach Program as one of the stakeholders. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Come on down, Mike. Looks like you're next.
Good afternoon, members of the court. We have one item for your consideration. This item has been recommended approved for ARPA FRF funding. We requested approval of a parking lease agreement between Tarrant County and Casada for parking spaces located at 1400 Hemphill in the amount of $53,760. This is a 2-year agreement.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you.
Move to receive and file the personnel agenda.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file the personnel agenda. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We have several items for the court this morning, as you can tell, so I'm going to try to move through these as expeditiously as possible. So items 2, 3, and 4 are requests for table of organization changes. Item 2, Judge Jooms is requesting the creation of a judge's bailiff 2 position to his table of organization. The court may recall that the criminal district courts have the ability to appoint up to 2 bailiffs. And so he'd like to appoint 1 bailiff, and the fiscal impact to the general fund we're estimating to be approximately $93,836. That does include fringe benefits.
So let me ask one question. This district court, they, by state law, are required that if they want a bailiff, they get a bailiff?
Yes, sir. Actually, they can make up to 2 appointments.
And this is this court requesting that that happen?
Correct.
So by state law, we have it?
Yes,
approval.
Thank you.
Second question, though, so this is a second bailiff, or this is one of
First.
2?
This will be the first.
Gotcha, okay, thank you.
We have motion and second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
So our next request is from our incoming CDA, Criminal District Attorney. He's requesting the creation of 4 positions and the reclassification of 1 position. Your court communique explains that the 3 positions being requested are first assistant district attorney. This individual, once in place, would be available when the district attorney is not available, and of course would be responsible for the management and the operations of the department. The second position being requested is the managing attorney 3, who would serve as the chief deputy for the criminal division. And then the remaining 2 positions being requested are attorney 8s. We're referring to them in your communique as experts. These individuals would be designated to prosecute and defend criminal matters. And then the reclass, so those are the 4 positions. The reclass would impact the chief of staff position, which is currently a pay grade 79. As you all are aware, that position will be vacated by the end of this week. And so what Mr. Sorrells has requested is a reclass, a downward reclass to a pay grade 77. All of the requests combined, the 4 positions in the reclass, would cost approximately $847,413, and that would impact the general fund. And I believe Mr. Sorrells is present. If you had any questions for him.
Court members, I mentioned, but I didn't mention it to Mr. Sorrells until today, but there's 18 days left. I think the new court talked about, the reorganization of public safety. I would really like for us to just table this issue and let the new court take this up at their first meeting of either January I guess it's January the 10th, although it could have been the 3rd if they sense an urgency to move it sooner than that. But there was a lot about, the number of employees and where we were on a lot of different things. And I'd just like to give that new court the opportunity to decide whether they want to increase the budget and do that.
How long do you think it'll take them to get their feet on the ground to do that?
I figure by the 10th, they'll be ready. I mean, in all seriousness, I feel like in this particular instance, they will have an opportunity. I had suggested to Mr. Sorrells that he communicate with the new judge and the new commissioners about adding these positions. I think there's a couple of other things, and Phil mentioned that he was looking at a couple of other things on the reorganization, and I would just like to let the new court take that position as opposed to us doing that. And I do realize it'll slow things down by, I guess 28 days, but he's already got a couple of people. Again, they don't have to apply. Technically, with the way it's set up right now, you're going to have Larry Moore's position will be available January 1st, that he could put one of the 4 people in, and Shannon's position will be available January the 1st, and he can put another one. So 2 of the 4 he could go ahead and put in place and then ask for the reorganization as of, January the 10th and move everything.
My main concern was just getting all the prisoners out of jail that we can.
I agree with that 100%, but I'm not sure how much court and how many hearings are going to be had between now and January the 10th from that perspective. So if I don't hear any objections, then I would like to just table this.
Is Phil in court?
Yeah. Yes, Phil.
Yeah, you agree with what the judge is saying?
No, sir.
No, sir?
No, sir.
Will you come to the mic, please?
Thank you. I appreciate the chance to address y'all. I was here a year ago. Y'all recognized me for 30 years of service with the county. Little did I know 2 weeks from then I was going to retire and run for district attorney. So I've been out of a job for a little over a year and got elected, ready to continue to serve. Most people would think after 30 years it's time to retire, but it's time for me to start. And I've already started. And I didn't ever stop. I was working to get elected, and now I'm working to get my staff together. This is a huge operation. We have over 40,000 cases pending in our county, 172 capital murder cases pending in our county right now, 266 murder cases pending. These cases require expertise. They require knowledge. I've got people wanting to come back to this district attorney's office and work these cases. They have 30 years of experience. They have the knowledge. We have a great group of lawyers in the district attorney's office right now, but we're short on this experience. They need people to lead. Now, if you give me a pair of roller skates, I can lead the 200 lawyers that are there, but it's going to take more than just me. I need some experienced lawyers. There are lawyers that are out in private practice. They've got to shut down a practice. They can't just do it. If you say in 10 days, let's start. They're turning down clients right now. They're losing money because they think that they want to come back, but they're losing money right now, willing to sacrifice because they want to serve their community. I'm just asking you to let's get this going right now. We're ready to do it. Continue your job to the end of the year and do what's right for this county to help us fund this district attorney's office to get the leadership in that we need.
Again, my place is that we've done that. We've funded our current DA when she's come and asked for the 3 or 4 units that she has created during her term in office. I think the new court needs to be able to direct and affect that budget. And that's why we didn't, when we started the budget season this last year, we said those going out will not be able to add people or do that. We're going to let the new court, the new elected officials do that. And I think come January, they can do it. And yes, we're talking a matter of days, but I don't think that what could be accomplished between now and January the 10th is going to be that dramatic that we should move forward at this point in time. So I again hope that we will just table this issue until let the new court take it up on January the 10th. I don't hear any motions, so that's what will happen.
Wait a minute.
Well,
I've talked to Phil and have some, I'm going to be here, Roy's going to be here. You got, I don't know how many, you've got a number of people who are here today that follow your leadership, understanding that you need to move forward. And it's important to do that as quickly as you can. So I'll throw a balloon out there and say I move for approval. We'll see if it goes anywhere.
Motion dies for, well.
No, I'm gonna second that motion so we can discuss it a little further. And Glenn, I'm not trying to throw dirt in the kinks here, but I think we need to get this moving. I really have no reason to think that the new court, they won't get at least one vote out of those coming on, but I do think that, and I talked to Phil yesterday at length, I think that it's time to get it moving and let's get some prisoners out of that jail.
And I agree 100% with getting the prisoners out of the jail. We've worked on that with the sheriff and all that we could. I just believe that the new court needs to be the one to make that decision as far as adding people and as far as changing the organization over there. And I want to give the new court that opportunity.
I also visited with the current district attorney, and I think she's in agreement that this is a good move. And I'll let Sharon speak for herself, but that is my understanding.
So from an organizational and leadership standpoint, it makes sense to me that he's trying to get ready before January 1. That is an opportunity that I did not have, right? So we have worked closely together to try to make a smooth transition of a very large law firm. It's 350 people. And for him to get his organization together, I think that this is important.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Please vote. Motion fails 3-2.
Did you get mine?
Yeah. You were one of the two.
So the next item is item 4. We're asking the court to approve some changes to the table of organization for facilities management. Mr. Amador is requesting the creation of 3 positions, a building manager as well as 2 building engineers effective 1/1 of next year. This request is related to the item that the court just approved regarding the purchase of a public health building on Main Street. And obviously now that we will own the building, we will need to have staff in place to maintain the building. That responsibility, as I understand it, currently belongs to JPS and now becomes our responsibility. We are recommending ARPA funding to fund these 3 positions, and we're looking at a fiscal impact of approximately $236,366.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. GK, I had asked you yesterday, and you were going to check. JPS has owned the public health building and the Women's Center. Have we not, our facilities people have not been taking care of the public health building?
That's correct.
And so now we're going to put our people in the Women's Center as well as the public health?
That's correct.
Okay.
So we'll maintain our facilities just like JPS used to maintain their facilities.
When JPS was maintaining the facilities at public health, were we reimbursing them for that?
No, we were not.
So they're not going to reimburse us for however long they're in
Just for clarification on that, we had facilities do an estimate over the 4-year lifespan of the ILA agreement. We actually reduced the purchase price by the amount that it's going to cost us to maintain that facility.
Okay, does that answer my question with regards to, did we reimburse JPS?
We did not. It was all JPS's cost when they were maintaining both of those facilities.
Okay.
I have another question about the larger building. The name of that is not going to change, right?
Public health building?
No, but it's after
Yeah,
Dr.
I
Brooks.
agree with what you're saying.
I just want to make sure that okay, very good, thank you. Do we have a motion?
Yeah, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
So item 5 is a request from the 324th District Court. This is a request for a double fill as well as a waiver. The request is for a double fill, as I just mentioned, and a waiver of approximately 400 vacation hours effective February 1st. This request is in connection with the retirement of a court coordinator who serves in the court, and of course, the incoming judge is anxious to have that cross-training as well as have the new courts coordinator start as soon as possible. The net cost for this request to the general funds is approximately $11,500.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Item 6, again, is a request from the incoming criminal district attorney. It's a request for double fill as well as a couple of waivers. As explained in your court communique, the double fill will be for the chief of civil and would cover the period January 3rd through March the 31st with a waiver that will be effective April 1st. Again, that would give the incoming chief of civil an opportunity to work with the current chief of civil and hopefully make for a smoother transition. The next request, the waiver, the chief of criminal will be leaving at the end of the year. The request is to waive the remaining 232 vacation hours. And then finally, the chief of staff, we've already discussed that position, will be vacated at the end of this week. And there will be a request, a related waiver request for 136 vacation hours. So in total, we're looking at an estimated cost to the general fund of approximately $52,000. And again, this would just aid in the transition of staff.
And all three of these are existing positions, so we're not adding any positions, we're just waiving terminal.
Correct.
And allowing double fill.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
So item 7, again, is a double fill as well as a waiver. This is Commissioner Precinct 2. The precinct administrator will be leaving county service the middle part of February of next year. The incoming commissioner is requesting a double fill from January 3rd through February 14th, and then just a waiver of 1 vacation hours, or 1 vacation hour. That will be singular, not plural. I do know that. The cost to the Road and Bridge Fund would be approximately $27,600.
Colleagues, this is just to aid Commissioner-elect Simmons with her transition, so I move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
So item 8, we're asking for a waiver. This request is for the County Criminal Court number 6. This would be effective 1/3 of next year. Again, we have a court coordinator who is going to retire at the end of this year. The incoming judge has made a selection and would like to begin the begin the new hire as quickly as possible. We're looking at a net cost to the general fund of approximately $16,300.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Item 9, this is a waiver request from Commissioner Fickus. His precinct administrator will be leaving county service January 5th with 320 vacation hours. The commissioner has named a replacement, or will shortly, and so wants to get that person started right away on 1/6, and so he's asking for, of course, a waiver of the 320 vacation hours at a cost to the Road and Bridge Fund of approximately $35,500.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
And then the last item that we have for the court today is we're asking the court to approve revisions to our tuition reimbursement policy. As described in your communique, the auditors did an audit of this program several weeks ago, and Ms. Tidwell brought you the findings. These revisions are our response to the updates and the needed revisions to the policy. They are highlighted. The changes are highlighted in your copy, or hopefully it is. And sort of in summary, we try to clarify the probationary period because employees do have to complete their probationary period before they can be eligible for tuition reimbursement. And what we're clarifying here is the completion of just one probationary period, because as the court is aware, if an employee moves from one department to another, there is another probationary period. And so we wanted to clarify in the policy that we're talking about the initial probationary period, not any subsequent probationary period. Some of the other changes we've clarified or expanded, sort of the explanation of the revocation clause, and that's the clause where if an employee leaves county service within 2 years of any reimbursements that are made for tuition reimbursement, employees pay those amounts back to the county. And so what we've done in the policy is just, again, sort of expanded the what happens if that occurs. And so there's just a little bit more detail. And then we've also, the last thing is we've tried to address some of the non-traditional changes that we've seen. So not every, like when I was in college, it was a semester. Well, everything's not a semester. There are terms, there are mini-mesters. There are all sorts of things that have changed, online
Summer
classes. And
sessions,
so
yeah, whatever
all
they're
of those, we've tried to capture all of those changes in these revisions. So we're asking for your approval, and we'll take any questions if you have any.
Move for approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Melissa, come on down.
I move approval of item 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8.
Second.
Second. But can we talk about Melissa's socks, though?
Oh, I took them
You
off.
did? Oh,
Yeah,
no. Sorry, and I didn't see you walk up.
I did.
Okay.
You
Those
know
are
what?
super
And my
cute.
staff said you should wear those in court
Yes.
today.
They were very cute.
We have a motion
have a
and a
lot of
second to
guests.
pass, I think, everything that purchasing had,
Except for item 5.
except for item 5.
Yeah.
That is correct.
GK, you just,
Did I say-
any discussion? Please vote. All of them pass unanimously.
Well, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
And I know you have some remarks, and
I do
so do
want
I.
to say one thing about item number 1. And I want to commend purchasing and the whole group. We went through, this is our voluntary benefits package, which will be made available. I believe enrollment's going to either be March 1st or April 1st. It was kind of a joint venture thing that I don't know if joint venture is the right way to put it, but we went in with the National Association of Counties, Gallagher, who helps us also in our PEBC, helped put together, and I think there were, 9 RFPs?
Oh, I think there were 15.
Okay, well, 15 RFPs for various voluntary benefit programs. And they sent out the RFPs, and this is something that our people worked on very diligently and very quickly. And then Gallagher brought all of the RFPs back in and analyzed those and then presented to our folks, to our teams, and those teams selected the vendors that they felt were best qualified. This is identity theft, this is illegal. Yeah, that was the one that I wanted to pull out of there, but
Yeah, it was permanent life, accident, critical illness, hospitality, indemnity, legal services, pet insurance, cancer, identity theft, and home and auto insurance.
And we have people from Gallagher here today?
Yes, and I also, I believe Amber also wanted to make
Amber, come on
remarks.
down.
But I would also like to thank personally everyone that led that project. Elaine Johnson in my office, who was lead on the purchasing side, Tina Glenn and her staff, Amber, Laura Moore, Ange, also Kim Trussell from the auditor's office, and Travis Yarborough from the budget and risk management office. They all did a fantastic job working on this. I hope they're still my friends because there were a couple of projects we were trying to push through for today's agenda that were very challenging, and we got it all done. So, Amber?
Thank you. Yes,
Yes, it was definitely a team effort, and Natalie Haskett is here from Gallagher.
Natalie, stand up.
She
Thank
worked
you for
very
your help.
hard, yes. Thank you, Natalie. Yes, so as you mentioned, we're going to be offering these voluntary benefits to both employees and retirees. So these are 100% employee or retiree paid, so no cost to the county, but giving folks an option for a lot of different benefits, voluntary benefits that they don't have access to today. As Ms. Lee mentioned, we have the accident, the critical illness, the cancer, the hospital indemnity. We have home and auto, pet insurance. That's a fan favorite. Also, we have legal and ID theft. And with this package of voluntary benefits, we're going to be able to offer to our employees and retirees and their family members the services from Transitions Benefits Group. That will be providing consultation services to help navigate Medicare, those plans, also navigate Social Security. So when folks or even their parents become that age where they're reaching Medicare eligibility or thinking about Social Security, retirement benefits, they're going to be able to utilize this service through Transitions Benefits Group. They are actually located in Canton, Georgia. Their hours of operation are 7 a.m. to 6 p.m., Monday through Friday. Right now, Gallagher uses transition benefit services for over 25 of their employer groups. So over 60,000 employees right now are benefiting with the Transitions Benefits Group, a national organization. So we're excited that we can offer that expertise not only to our employees, because it is a very difficult thing to navigate with Medicare and Social Security. It's a challenge to communicate, and sometimes folks just need to hear things a couple of different times and just to feel more comfortable with that whole process. So really excited to be able to offer these benefits, but also this value add of Transitions Benefits Group.
Well, thanks again. And
Thank
again,
you.
thank everybody for all the work that they put into this.
Thank you.
And also, the last one, there was another project that was approved today, which was the Bentley Bridge Drive project. That was our first time doing a design build project. We learned a lot through the process, but we made it. Somehow we pulled that project off in 2.5 months. I don't know, it was a miracle. But this group worked really hard on it, and that was led by Elizabeth Peach in my office, as well as Randy Skinner and Joseph Jackson. I'm glad, I know Joseph is not here today, but he's still with us, thank God. Susan Young from the County Administrator's Office, and James Nichols and Mark Cradaville from the District Attorney's Office. We couldn't have done this without the support of that whole group. That was a huge project, and I want to thank you all very much for supporting our department, and thank you for your service. Judge Wells had to leave, but she was my chair on the purchasing board. I'm going to miss her a lot. I really enjoyed serving with her. I'm going to miss Sharon Wilson. When I first started with the county back in 96, she was the first person on day one that I learned about. She was the chair of the purchasing board back then. And on the first day, we were a very small office back then, probably half the staff we have now. The first thing they said was, if she was Judge Wilson back then, if Judge Wilson calls, make sure that you come get me. And those were Jack's comments back then. But we still adore her. Even as our district attorney's office, we're going to miss you. Thank you so much, Commissioner Allen. You've been great and very supportive. Enjoyed working with you for that short period of time. Judge.
You can stop right there.
We've had our ups and downs, but it's been a pleasure working with you in the court. And last but not least, Commissioner Johnson, it's been a pleasure. He's my double boss because not only is he here on the court, but he also is on the purchasing board, and he's been very, very supportive. I appreciate everything you've done for the purchasing board. You've been very supportive in that area as well as the Commissioner's Court. And I know GK is jealous, and he's probably gonna really hate that, Commissioner Johnson's leaving and making those recommendations, Commissioner Allen making those recommendations to approve the purchasing agenda. But I did volunteer to do your agenda quite a few times. And
She did.
you never took me up on that offer.
Let the record show.
Let me tell you, if you would try to do my agenda, they would have made you explain everything.
Well, I want to thank you all, and you will be missed. But I would like to get a picture since I missed the reception and before you go.
Yes.
I know you have quite a few things to approve, so let me try to do.
Well, why don't we just come up here and we'll get it, well.
Oh, wait.
You're welcome to come up here and we'll.
I think I have you all.
Nice.
Oh, wait, one more time. Got it.
JD, will your camera do that? Sure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Melissa.
Transportation Services, speaking of Bentley Bridge Road, or Drive.
Good afternoon.
Randy.
Judge, Commissioners, I'd want to also echo those comments from Melissa. Their purchasing has done an excellent job on helping shepherd us through that process. And so, and Joseph, thank you, and Susan, thank you very much for what y'all did on that. We just have two items for your approval today. We are asking the court's approval of an advanced funding agreement with the Texas Department of Transportation related to Bentley Bridge Drive at Interstate 20. This is the interchange project.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
In our second item, we're requesting the court's approval of an interlocal agreement with the city of Forest Hill for improvements to Wichita Street. This will be funded through the 2021 Transportation Bond Program.
Move approval.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioners, I believe, Commissioner Allen, you have a bunch.
I do. Before I get to that slight departure, and I meant to mention this actually in my announcements, so I did have one. But I do want to close in honor of Grand Prairie police officer, I will probably say his name incorrectly even though I've practiced this, but Officer Brandon Paul Tsai. He passed in November, and I meant to have recognized him and asked that we close in his honor at that time, and I failed to do so. And we'll be working on a memorial resolution for him. So, thank you. So I move for approval of L1, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J.
Second.
And that's all our projects in Kennedale.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Under appointments, Commissioner, I figure I've got, where you said you wanted to appoint yourself, but I want to appoint you to represent Tarrant County on the Texas Conference of Urban Counties, and I believe it is the policy committee. Right. And then we'll have the LGC board that we need to make a motion on at some point in time too.
Yes, and then I think we also need to appoint Commissioner Fickus to TRTC. I was the county representative. Did we do that already?
Appointed me to the board.
Okay, we're good then.
Yeah,
Okay,
they
my
did that
apologies. Okay,
A couple weeks ago.
very good.
I'll second the motion, Judge.
Thank you. I just want to be sure we're straight on this. This is an appointment to the policy committee because technically right now I'm on the board, but I'm on the board as the chairman of the LGC. That's correct. And so I think in addition, I want to appoint you also to the LGC board, and then they elect, within that board, they will elect the chairman of that board.
So this appointment is for the policy county.
So this first one is for the policy committee. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. And then I will also at this time move that we appoint Commissioner Fickus to the Local Government Corporation, i.e. TechShare Board. And that's I guess that's it.
Conference of Bourbon County.
Yeah.
Okay, and I'm good with this, but I want to make sure that I understand. Didn't we take some action appointing GK to something last week? What was that?
We appointed GK to the Public Power Pool Board
Okay.
and to the Building LGC.
The building. Okay, very good. Okay, thank you.
Did I get a second?
Second.
I got a second. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Other appointments.
I'd like to reappoint Roy Griffin to the Mental Health, Mental Retardation Board, the MHMR Board.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. I think, any other appointments?
No, sorry, I just threw mine in there like that. I was just trying to get it out my head before I forgot.
No, I
but
understand.
I think we're good.
I understand. I'm that same way. Okay, then you have before you, now, do we have any bonds?
Yes, sir, we do.
Come on.
Good afternoon, Judge, Commissioners. I'm going to ask for 3 separate actions from the court today on bond and self-insurance issues. The first will be on 2 bonds for approval of the court. Specifically, we have the county clerk, Mary Louise Nicholson, in the amount of $500,000 payable to Tarrant County. The second, we have County Criminal Court Number 5 Judge Trent Lofton in the amount of $10,000 payable to the Tarrant County Auditor. And both these bonds have been reviewed by Ann Diamond, Hannah Bell, and myself, and they are in proper legal form, and we request court approval.
Move approval.
Second?
We have a motion and a second. Now, I thought we had done Trent Lofton. Was that just at the interim to the end of the year, and then we're starting him over?
Correct, Judge. Because he took over an unexpired term, he was subject to the county's self-insurance policy at that point. And now that he's coming in as a elected on a full term, he will be bonded.
Okay, so I want to talk about this a little bit differently. He was elected. I guess what happened was he was elected in November, and then he was elected back in the primary because he did not have a fall opponent. We went ahead and appointed him at that time, and so he's actually taking his elected office now.
That's correct, Judge.
Okay, all right. Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
The second action I'll ask for the court are going to be bonds not requiring court approval. So I have 4 bonds to be received and filed. These are going to be for County Commissioner Precinct 2, Alyssa Simmons, in the amount of $3,000 payable to the Tarrant County Auditor. And then again for her as ex officio road commissioner for Precinct 2 for $3,000 payable to the County Judge of Tarrant County for the use and benefit of the County Road and Bridge Fund. And then similarly, for the County Commissioner Precinct 4, Manny Ramirez in the amount of $3,000 payable to the Tarrant County Auditor. And again, for Manny Ramirez, ex officio Road Commissioner Precinct 4, $3,000 payable to the County Judge for use and benefit of the county road and bridge fund. And just for context on those bonds are approved by statute by the county judge, which has already occurred. And so we're asking the court to receive and file these 4 bonds.
Move to receive
and file.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously.
And then finally, members of the court, we have 4 certificates of self-insurance to be received and filed today. They are as follows. For Phil Sorrells, Criminal District Attorney, one brief note on that. That one is going to look slightly different by statute. That must be approved by a district court judge. That has been approved by the 432nd District Court Judge Ruben Gonzalez. Second, we have Don Pearson, County Court at Law number 1 judge. Third, William P. Brandt, Justice of the Peace Precinct 3. And then fourth and finally, Kenneth Sanders, Justice of the Peace Precinct 7. We'd ask the court to receive and file these certificates of self-insurance.
Move to receive and file.
Second.
We have a motion and a second to receive and file. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Court members, you have before you the claims, including the addendum.
Move approval of the claims, including the addendum.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please vote. Motion passes unanimously. Briefing items, Mr. Manius?
Thank you, Mr. Court. We only have one item, and that's the emerging health issues. We did provide a slide deck in your court packet today. There will be no presentation on this item.
Okay, at this time we have 4 public comments, and so we'll begin with Merle Glasscock. Good morning.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Yes.
I am Merle Glasscock, a member of Broadway Baptist Church. I'm not here on Broadway's behalf. I am here because I am grateful for the justice incentives at Broadway. My remarks will be my own. I appreciate each of you for approving funds to operate the program and facility of the Tarrant County Mental Health Jail Diversion Center. The center opened 1 year ago this month. It has been reported that currently this center is way underutilized. 30% or more of incarcerated persons at the Tarrant County Jail suffer from mental health disorders. The jail continues to arrest people who are known to be homeless and most likely mentally ill into the jail on criminal trespass charges. It is reported that the jail is in desperate need of diversion alternatives to lower the jail population, which is overwhelming the staff and space at the jail. Why is this diversion center not being utilized to its potential? It is possible that people with mental health can be helped and become responsible citizens. What if the diversion center had been in existence when Robert Miller was taken to the Tarrant County Jail in 2019? Would that have saved his life? Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Ms. Gunner. Or Glasscock. Belinda Darling. Belinda Darling. Carol Hawk. I'm back to my mispronunciation of last name. Carol Hawk.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Hauk,
Hawk, you know?
and I live in Arlington Heights. I'm here today to voice my concern with the Tarrant County Jail. I know there is deep concern about the number of deaths reported in the jail, the stresses caused by overcrowding for both the confined as well as the jailers, and the difficulty filling open job postings within the jail. As our representatives, I recognize your days are filled with many priorities and requests, but I feel strongly that this issue deserves your time and focus. If you hear one thing from me today, it would be that creating a Tarrant County dashboard that makes jail data transparent and accessible to all stakeholders would help us find solutions. We lag behind other Texas counties in publishing and making available this data. Relevant information presented in a dashboard would build accountability and highlight opportunities for reform. As I looked to find data in Tarrant County, I couldn't find much. When I sought information from Harris and Dallas counties, I was able to quickly find important data points concerning their jails. For these counties, I easily found the current day's total jail population, average length of stay, outsourced numbers, and bond amounts. The population was broken out by gender, age group, race, ethnicity, mental health indicators, and self-reported homeless. The demographics were also divided by offense category, offense type, and court type. Historical trends were available as well as cost per bed by category. I understand that there are many groups that contribute to the jail population. No one stakeholder has absolute control, and the independent decisions of many people and different agencies all contribute to who ends up in jail. It can be difficult to determine the exact policies that are contributing to jail growth and where the most impactful changes could take place. With information gathered in a meaningful way, we could begin to address the issues. Information alone won't change policies, laws, or practices, but it is a crucial component to strengthen understanding about the current problems and provide a foundation for change. I am asking you to implement a dashboard for the Tarrant County Jail like Dallas and Harris counties have done already. A dashboard would be a resource of relevant data to help us track criminal justice reform and find actionable solutions to strengthen the current processes and realize better outcomes. Tarrant County should be best in class, and I believe adding this transparency would be a strong move in achieving that goal.
Thank you. Julie Griffin.
Good afternoon, and I want to thank Commissioner Allen and Commissioner Johnson and Judge Whitley and District Attorney Wilson. Thank you so much, and thank you all for letting me speak today. I'm Julie Griffin. I'm a member of Broadway Baptist Church. I speak as a citizen. I want to talk about two things, but wrapped in them is the one thing. That one thing is the amazing community that we all know that we live in together, which has been expressed today in this room. And that one thing, we can find creative solutions to our problems. Our failings truly can become our successes. One of the two things is families. We spoke to you, Judge and Sheriff, on August 22nd. Among other things, we asked for policies regarding communications to families when there is an emergency or a death. We are asking that reasonable time be rendered in a policy that these communications should not exceed 24 hours and 8 hours respectively. So far, we have not received a response to that request. Respectfully, I reiterate that request here. This is the season for families. How difficult now must it be for those with loved ones being held in the jail? Families are the heart life while jailed, and perhaps the only network of support when it's time for reentry. That is one reason why the contracting out of our jail functions to Garza County must end. It severs families. Within them and our community's families is the promise of true rehabilitation and a supportive reentry instead of this revolving door. Which brings me to the second thing, the MTC contract. It's not necessary. The main impetus for the contract, the staffing shortages and overcrowding at the jail, could instead be the impetus for acknowledging the problem straight on and making positive changes to a dysfunctional system. Instead of growing and spreading the overcrowding problem, we must contract it. I know here I'm kind of preaching to the choir, but I'm following up on your comments from August 30th, Judge Whitley, in which you called for the Commissioner's Court, the DA, the judges, the Sheriff's Department, the Criminal Defense Bar to come together to tackle the problem. I know that informal communication continually takes place. Still, we have yet to see progress in the permanent reduction of the jail population in Tarrant County. We therefore ask that a formal process be undertaken in the formation of a task force of the stakeholders such as you called for, Judge, and community stakeholders with specialized expertise such as MHMR, JPS, and the Tarrant County Homeless Coalition, with that goal, permanently reducing the jail population in Tarrant County. I ask that this task force be charged with focusing on those groups of persons who don't belong in jail, the mentally ill, the homeless, those held on low-level nonviolent offenses. Such a task force could include the talent, expertise, experience, heart, and skills that come from our own community. The Mental Health Jail Diversion Center is one example of that, and of course we would like to see it better utilized, expanded, and become the best. So here and now, and urgently in view of the HVAC project, is the time for imaginative solutions. I cite here a model, the Indiana County Jail Overcrowding Task Force, and I note, Dallas County has a whole department devoted to the goal of jail population reduction. We can do better. We are Tarrant County. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
That, I have no other public comment requests. So at this time, we'll recess our open meeting to proceed to close to discuss items exempted under section 551.071, 072, 074, 076, and 087 of the Texas Government Code.
Thank you much.
Thank you. One, two. I thought I had three in here, but he disappeared.
Here we are.
Yes, because Mark's got to clean up some stuff.
That's right, okay. Forgot that quick.
Having returned from closed session, we'll now proceed with the following business.
Yes, thank you, Judge. It was brought to my attention that when the court approved the bond for Trent Lofton, I stated it was for criminal court at law, I'm sorry, County Criminal Court number 5. It is in fact for County Criminal Court number 10, and the bond correctly reflects as such, but I just wanted to bring that to the court's attention so there's no question about what the court had approved. Again, County Criminal Court number 10 for Trent Lofton.
And so there's no action we need to take?
No action is going to be required, Judge. I just wanted to clean that up for purposes of the minutes. The bond is correct in its form and says the correct word.
Are they coming, or are they just dawdling around out there?
Let the record reflect.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mark.
I'll wait, and we're just fixing to adjourn. If y'all want to be in here when we adjourn. We're adjourned.
Did we get a group photo?
Huh?
Did we get a group photo, all 5 of us?
I don't know if we did or not. It might not hurt.
Right quick.
Because I don't know if JD's going to be here on the 27th.
Let's get her done.
What are we doing on 27th?